Okay, good morning people. Hope everyone's had a good weekend and a lovely bank holiday if you're in the UK. So, I did this on stream last week, or the most part of it. And then last night I sat down and did a little bit extra sculpting on it. So I've rotated the whole torso, posed her up to she's drawing a weapon. Let me just put the reference image back on the screen a second so you can see where we're going. Here we go. So all I'm going to now do is a loincloth, and then we're going to add some scale mail or chain mail to her legs and a bit of torso you can see just around her abdomen. And then she's pretty much ready to rock, I think. Don't think there's an awful lot more to do. So, oh yeah, sort the clock out there. Just doing that now. So I want to try and get her finished today, and then move on to the next one. So we're going to go on to Mr. Powder next. So I sculpted him on a previous stream, but it was a different version to the one we're actually going to be using. So I'm going to need to make sure I deal with this void back here. All of this space, this negative space is bad, so we're just going to have to fill that one in. What I'll probably do with that is I'll take the inside of the cape with back face mask activated, use the move tool, and I'll just pull the inside of the cape towards the back of the legs. That'll help close up the gaps. And I just need to make sure we go through, do a bit of inflating maybe, just to blow up any kind of mesh that's behind her body there where there's potentially a gap. We don't want any resin getting trapped back there. That's probably easy to do once it's all been dynameshed and finalised as a finished model, let's be fair. Okay, so let's see. Locking into there, but because there's some shared polygroups somewhere down the leg for some reason. The corner of the cape comes to the corner of the shoulder pad, so just here. Whoops. The only thing I'm really not happy with about this model is the face. Turns out the likeness of the face as it is in the animation, in the illustration, actually quite difficult to capture. And that's primarily because it's a 2D illustration in an anime style, so it's not a human face, so the features aren't necessarily what you expect. A bit of the neck poking through the mouth there, which we'll get rid of. And just auto group that. I think one of the issues I've got is the shape of the head. I've made it too wide potentially. Possibly, I think it might be the forehead as well, actually. I think the forehead may be too flat. And again, it's difficult, things like this are difficult to gauge when you're working off a 2D illustration. So you've got no orthographics, you've just got a single point of reference that doesn't mirror actual proper human biology. If you've not seen this before, by the way, and you're not familiar with it, this is a character called Lisa von Rosenberg, who is one of our kind of imperial knights, I suppose. It's the best way of describing her. So we've got the Kingdom of Ireland, which, aka the Empire. So they begin as a kingdom, and then end up with like grander designs and that, and start expanding the borders and aggressively invading their neighbours. And essentially they go from being a kingdom to being an empire. I've spotted some mesh anomalies just over here which I need to address. I don't know where they've come from, but I can get rid. Delete hidden there. You get this in ZBrush sometimes, I don't know why it does it. In fact, you know what, the best thing for me to do here is actually just, looks like we've got quite a few of them scattered around. I'll just take the bits I definitely want to keep. And what it should do is it'll leave me with all of the little That because it's out of screen, out of bounds of the screen. What's that little circle? I can't even think what that is. For some reason I also seem to have two hands. Okay, so whatever that little curve is, it has no purpose, it shouldn't be there. So now I've got all the bits I want to keep visible, so I can just delete hidden, and that'll get rid of all those little scabby bits of mesh that are just wafting around doing nothing. Okay, so the next thing I need to do, so her cape is sorted. Next thing I need to do is this loincloth. I'm going to split it out so I can work on it on its own. So it's fairly straight, it's going to be weighted at the bottom, so I don't want to put too much, what's the words? I don't want to put too much like movement in there in terms of wrinkles and folds and things. So here's how we're going to do this on the bottom of the loincloth bit, tabard or whatever you want to call it. We're going to have the creases coming from the top down, and then they're going to straighten out as we get to the bottom. Here is above the belt line. This is where we can see it on quite thick as a loincloth, it's because it's for miniatures. It's got to have a bit of thickness to it. Okay, now at the bottom we're going to do Dynamesh first, give it a bit of resolution so I've got something I can mask off. In the ideal world I should have done this with symmetry turned on. Just make sure it's a little bit more symmetrical. But I didn't, so tough. So I'll suffer the consequences now. To be fair, what I can probably do with this, I can probably mirror it and if I need to, at least. Might be alright as it is. Okay, so with that now, what I need to do is do an extraction on that. Yep, that'll be fine. Let's get to the side and give it some depth first. Okay, I think I've got that ready to do. Let's do an extraction on that now. Reduce that down to 0.294. Maybe go higher, 458. 458 is fine. There we go. So, in fact, let me just delete that. I'm going to do the same again, but I'm going to bump the smoothness up to about 50. And that'll just smooth the sides out a little bit more. Auto group and polish that with a lowish resolution. Okay, so my smoothing thing didn't really help. So now I need to pull the corners out. And I'll just bring the bottom out a bit as well, because there's a little bow in the bottom there. Let's leave that. That's actually all unnecessary detail. smoothing it all out at the moment, just making sure I've got the right kind of profile on the point gloss at the bottom to match that trim we just made. Still just a head bothering me. Let me take the face. I'm going to copy it and take it elsewhere. I'm going to try and rework. Mirror this over, mirror and world. Okay, so let's do it again. Okay, so something isn't right. Now, I know it's her eyes. I know it's the eyes full well because that's what they look like on the anime type sketch. I mean, even that looks more reasonable already, not being quite so wide, but there's a mismatch between the character illustration. He's got quite a soft face. It's hard to explain. It's quite kind of a soft face, but quite stern looking. Maybe it's the nose. Maybe the nose is too wide at the bridge, maybe. when you're sculpting a male face, you want quite hard plane changes, so sharp lines, to give him some real kind of like, you know, feature and character and all that kind of stuff. When you do a female figure, you tend to want softer features. You don't want such harsh plane changes, and that will help to kind of soften the features and give it that feminine feel. Weird about a jaw now. So I think the bottom of the jaw is too curved down, so let's sharpen the bottom of the jawline. But then it needs to be more rounded out here as well. Okay, so it gives us from the front, it gives us this curve like that. But from the side it gives us a straight line, which is that's pretty much what I need actually. I think that's one of the other things I was missing on this model. And then your ears are just slightly the wrong shape. Wrong shape, they're also too low down ahead. Let's put some eyeballs back in. There we go. So moving away from the outside, just a touch. Yeah, just give it a bit of definition. Perfect. Right, there we go. I think that is. It's a bit better. It's not perfect. The problem is, we'll just bring the actual drawing down and I'll show you. So we have this, just on the side here, we have this line which kind of gives her a kind of a soft round face, but the way it comes out, it basically gives her kind of like chubby cheeks if you're trying to sculpt that. So she's got a pointed chin, pointy nose and chubby cheeks, which is what the original sculpt had, which is the way I'd done the face. And that leads to some really weird combinations that you don't see normally in people. And that kind of makes it look and feel a bit weird. Right, so I'm going to leave it there for now, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my stager to place it, so if I need to change it again I can put it back into symmetry and adjust the face and then put it back. So for stager, we'll go to Geometry tab, we'll go to the Stager tool. Home stage is exactly where it is right now. So set that to home stage. And then I'm going to take my symmetry off. We're going to place it where we need it, which is here somewhere. Let's go to the original face, which I don't want. That is 10 times better already. Okay, so now I'm going to set that as the in the stage again. This is going to go away. This is my target stage. Okay. Save. So now, at any point, I can switch stages, put it back into a kind of a neutral position where I can work on it in symmetry, and then flick it back into position in the scene. Okay. So I now need to just do some rework and rejigging on some of the bits. That was it. That's all I needed to do. Just move the neck around a touch. Okay, I am going to use this scarf to contact the bottom of the chin. And I'm going to I think I'm going to change this cape up a bit. So, I've got the cape. The cape is fine, but these bits I'm going to actually use as the scarf. Use that scarf there, we can bring it into this gap, take it off the neck, the neck of the scarf kind of thing. We'll take it from here. Morning bunker, how we doing matey? Am I muted? Am I muted or am I... I think I'm muted. Oh, that's because there's nobody here chatting to me. I'm just, I'm mumbling to myself, muttering and working away, I think. Can you hear me all right now? closer to my face as well. Might have had the microphone a bit too far away. How are you this morning, mate? You had a good weekend? Enjoyed the bank holiday? I totally forgot it was a bank holiday. Like I kind of do most bank holidays now. Yeah, I did. It's sad, isn't it? I was hoping he'd have a bit more time, to be honest. We had I was supposed to be doing the trophy for the next Chillcon as a kind of a Normski tribute, and yeah, I was hoping I was going to get it done in time for him to actually see it himself, but obviously, sadly not. Yeah, it did take the shine off a nice weekend, actually. Bad times, eh? Rework some of the details on this. I've shrunk the part down so it's it's needing to be a little bit less detailed because I've made it smaller now. A bit cleaner and crisper, I suppose, is the best way of trying to explain what I'm trying to do. I think I need to stay off Instagram and Facebook for the next couple of weeks as well, because almost every post is Golden Demon and Warhammer Fest. It's starting to do my head in. No, kids are in school today, mate. It's bank holiday yesterday, but not today. So, what's going on there? Yeah, business as usual today for us. Oh, strikes. No, we're lucky actually. The strikes at our kids' schools don't affect either year group. So we've got Jacob in year 3, we've got Willow in nursery, and neither of those 2 year groups are affected by the strike, which is good. We had strike-wise, one of the unfortunate things we did have though was that like Willow was supposed to be going on a trip like a few terms back now. She was supposed to be going on, or a few half terms at least. She was supposed to be going on a school trip to the space. It was a space centre in Leicester, I think. And it was one of these. They were doing space as a theme at school. So they scheduled the trip, got everything ready, and then the teachers all struck, went on strike. So they went on strike. The trip got cancelled because obviously the teachers who were coordinating the trip were striking. They weren't her teachers, but it was like multiple year groups and stuff. So like they had reduced staff numbers, and year groups who were striking were also supposed to be included. So they'd said it wasn't fair on them, so they were going to kind of defer and reschedule it. So they rescheduled it. Bloody strike again for the rescheduled trip date. It was supposed to have been last week on Wednesday, I think it was, and the teachers were striking again. So they've missed the trip for the second time now, but they're not even doing the theme anymore. By the time they actually manage to get there, they're going to have totally forgotten everything they learned about space. Right, there we go. That's tweaked her a little bit. Much better. Now I just need to adjust the hair a bit. So the hair is... I'm going to bring it further down, closer to the head a touch. She's not supposed to have such big bouffant hair or anything like that, I suppose. Okay, so final thing to do, my favourite, chainmail. I think it's actually scale mail, but the amount I've got to sculpt, I might as well just stick with chainmail for the to be fair. quick save there. And do you know what that needs to... Yeah, like that. Thank you, Bunker. Speaking of looking lovely, I'm pretty pleased with the final result on the Warlock. But you'll notice we didn't get anywhere near the 30 grand the marketing company promised. Turns out it was a scam, surprise, surprise. I don't understand it as a scam, because like they allow you to pay with PayPal, which I did. So when they didn't deliver, I contacted PayPal, told them it was a scam, and they gave me my money back straight away. So I don't understand what what they were achieving. Do you know what I mean? It makes no sense to me. Yeah, I mean, I haven't spent anything on advertising. I haven't kind of, you know, apart from like just a bit of time promoting it on social media and stuff. That's all I've done. And actually, what I would say is, looking at the analytics of the project, the vast majority of like actual backers have come through Kickstarter. So most of the people who have backed in have not come from Facebook and posts and promos and stuff. They may have gone there and followed the page when I was promoting it before it went live, or they might have gone and gone from Facebook, followed the site, and then backed later on. But the majority of people have come through Kickstarter natively, through their different kind of promotional channels and like email notifications and things like that they send out. So I think as a platform, I think Kickstarter is definitely worth using. And again, this model here now is for our next Kickstarter project. This is for Crystal Collapse. So I've been chatting to Max about it. Max is getting very excited, as am I. So yeah, we're just going to be working through these as fast as I possibly can now. I think she's about ready to go finish now. Oh, we just need to sort of hand here actually. I was clipping through the save. position hand, and then we'll get that chainmail sculpted. Alexander Towell, good morning to you. How are you doing today? Okay, so PC spec, I don't even know anymore. Let me tell you. So it's got a GeForce RTX graphics card in there that I can actually see, which is a 1080, I want to say. Let me just see if I can find it. Spec. System information, there we go. Okay, don't know if this will help you, if you'll be able to see this. So we've got anything of interest in here. So we've got, here we go. So we've got an i9 10850 processor. 32 gig of RAM, which I'm surprised at. I thought it had 64, but 32 gig apparently. Display, isn't it, as well? There we go. So NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3090. not 1080. So it's a high spec gaming PC, or it was when I bought it about a year ago, 2 years ago, year and a half maybe. So it was a high spec gaming PC then, but it never gets gamed on, so it's a bit unfortunate. And then in terms of actual physical hardware for drawing, I've got a Huion Canvas 20. So the kind of a pen tablet monitor, which I use as my main kind of input device. And I've just got a secondary Samsung screen that I use for reference materials and running all the user interface for the streaming and whatever on. But you don't need, if you run in ZBrush, you don't need a super high spec machine. It's quite clever. I've run it on like an i5 before without too much incident. It's most important that you get decent RAM. You need a good amount of RAM to be able to kind of handle it. Because ZBrush is quite clever, because we've got all the subtools down the side here. If I just increase the visible counter, you'll see all the subtools I'm working on. And like the active tool here that I've got, which is the hand, is only, I say only, is 164,000 active points, which you can probably divide that by about 3 or 4 and you'll probably get around about the poly count. So, 164,000 vertices in this hand. And if I switch to the head, then we've got like 275,000 active ones. And everything you can see that's grey, that's not coloured on here, is not being actively rendered. It's kind of being faked. So ZBrush isn't using resources to kind of like to actively render it. If you use something like Blender, it does. It'll render everything that's visible. but ZBrush is quite clever, and if I switch to a tool that's got like the body, for example, the body's got 16.5 million vertices. Blender would probably crash or start lagging up if I kind of loaded that kind of model into there. But ZBrush handles it pretty well, and the whole model in itself, everything you can see, all the grey bits and all the colour bits, all equates to about 22.5 million polys, 22.5 million vertices, sorry. But the way ZBrush handles it means that you can operate that on a lower spec machine. So I've run it on an i5 laptop before. You don't need a good graphics card for it, that's not important. That's important for your rendering, but not important for presentation stuff, you know what I mean, but not important for actually physically sculpting. Right, chainmail. Let's do my favourite bit. It's not my favourite bit. Bloody hate it. Let me just mask off the areas that I can see. So if I can see in there, I'm going to need to chainmail it. Oh, she's lost a finger there. That's... How have I managed that? Have I removed it somewhere, or I must have literally deleted it by accident. Let's put the placeholder finger in. Inflate it a touch because it's the middle one, and then auto group. Oh balls, I shouldn't have done that yet. It's alright, she's finished anyway, so back to the legs, the chainmail bits. So these are the areas I need to work on. I'm just going to mask these off enough that I can overshoot a touch. Right then, let's do good old donut mail. In fact, let's excuse me. Let me do donut mail using the. Did I? So where did I save it? No. I'm just hunting something out. Can't remember where I got the files in. I think I saved it and downloaded it. Okay, let's just try and recreate this. Kimmer22, good morning. How are you today? Right, so what I'm gonna do. Right, I'm gonna fill. Orange bits are the bits I need to work in. That's where I've got to put my chain on. Okay, so I'm going to just save quickly. I'm very good, thank you. We've got a house full of people who are in the same boat as you, but I seem to be kind of riding the wave, if you like, and not actually kind of coming down with anything. Touch wood. So I think I'm alright for now. Yeah, it's been a nice chilled weekend. A little bit of family time, a little bit of gardening. I say it's nice and chilled. I felt like I was breaking my back at one point. We had to dig up make a whole new planting bed, and I've got to put a path across the front of my office and then down. Well, no, not a path. It's like a patio landing kind of thing in front of my office that leads into a path that goes up the side of my office to a back patio area. The patio is going to kill me, but I've just had to dig all the grass out, so I've got a bit of the groundworks for the footpath. So I've been doing lots of shovel work and hammering and stuff like that over the weekend, so it's achy today. No, she is that. So basically the reason I've used the yellow, if you can see there in the gaps in their armour, the yellow is where like the underlayer is coming through. So this is going to be areas that I need to cover in chainmail. So I don't know if you remember how much I love chainmail. Right, so I'm going to take a cylinder, make polymesh 3D, go to line, I'm going to go to Z modeler, I'm going to insert an edge loop there. I'm absolutely doing the rings individually, that is absolutely the plan. So normally I sculpt it like donuts, I literally draw it straight on, but it looks a little bit rough and they blend a little bit too much. So I was chatting to Bill Thornhill, who is another sculptor who joins my discussions sometimes, and he came up with this idea. So I'm going to poly group a poly loop, and then we're going to Q mesh it. Nope, we're going to Q mesh a poly group. So one of the issues is we've got to make sure that they overlap enough, but also are what's the word? Not hollow. So I don't want these rings need to be able to kind of pierce through the surface that I'm applying them to. They don't need to be floating on top. If they float on top, it's a problem, and I need to not have that. So this is the alternative solution. So I'm going to put another on there. We're going to do insert edge loop, put one down the bottom, bring one to the top. This will help keep the top and the bottom sharper. But I don't actually want the I don't really want the top and the bottom to be too sharp. I want them to be all rounded, so I'm going to take that off there. We'll just delete that edge loop. And that one. And then that one there is probably about fine. I'm going to put an edge loop in the middle, just to make sure we've got a bit of topology. Right, now what should happen, hopefully, is I divide this and the ring rounds off like that, which is perfect. Boncat, you say happily? I'll do it. I'm not quite sure I'd say happily. So we'll delete that edge loop. And that one, let's divide that now and see how that looks. Okay, that's better. Yep, tedious is about right. Okay, so let me just delete a bit lower. Let's just put this into a lower subdivision state. Right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use a taper tool. Oh, that's not bloody right, is it? Deformer. Okay, let's see how this works. If I put that straight on, center it. Let's do a create insert mesh brush. I'm going to create a new one. Okay, let's see how this works. So again, this is a technique kind of suggested to me by Bill. So the first thing I need to do is just change the brush depth. Still too shallow. Let's about right, give or take. Okay, so let's try it now. There's something missing with that. The mesh needs to be the other way as well. Let's come back to this one. Let's go back to my deformer. Which is already on. Okay, so that should be about right. I'll just slice the back off because that's penetration on that's a little bit too over the top. Save as. Oh no, okay. So change my brush, create insert mesh. When we go to the brush depth, we're going to reduce that right down. Draw size is going to be smaller. Rosie. Yeah, thank you. Now I know next Monday's the bank holiday. It's the coronation one. They're what do you call it? Doing loads of road closures around here and stuff. So it's got to be a little bit mindful about kind of anywhere we decide we're going to go. They're closing the motorway either side of where we live. So the road that kind of like the main road near our house is the kind of the via route for the road diversion. So yeah, going anywhere is going to be fun and games, and I absolutely loathe it. Well, I think that actually looks pretty decent, and it needs a little bit of adjusting, a little bit of repositioning and stuff, but I'm quite pleased with that. Good shout, Bill. Last Monday. Bloody bank holidays. So I don't have to be too precise about our placing or anything like that. I can just slam them in. It has the effect of my donut mail, but with a little bit more precision and speed. So yeah, no worry, Kimmer. Still working on your game then? Oh, very nice, very nice. Yeah, we're in the same boat, to be honest. It's I've been chatting to Max a fair bit about the old games and stuff. So we're working on obviously Crystal Collapse at the moment, which is what this lovely lady's for. And then we've got a couple of different versions of Crystal Collapse that we're kind of working on. For various different purposes, which I can't really talk to you about at the moment, but yeah, it's looking good anyway. And we've got a couple of little kind of mini games that we're working on, and then we've got the more timey type one, which is coming soon, which will kind of give you a reason to use all the rest of my models. I have to say that was a damn sight easier doing that than the usual donut mail technique. Bill, thank you so much, mate. Got a nudge in to just set it back. So yeah, game-wise actually, I think, chatting to Max, we're going to be in a position to start demoing Crystal Collapse to you guys soon. So Max has he's managed to simplify it down even further, and we need some people to give it a playtest run through and just make sure that everything makes sense. Because obviously we know what it's on about, but we need to make sure that you read the rules and understand it as well. Because if we know what it is and the rules don't convey that to you as a gamer, they're bloody pointless. So this is where I was saying I need the back face mask. I'm just going to pull. And what this will do is it will leave the outside untouched, the outside of the cape untouched, but the inside of the cape can be just pulled through. It might create some crappy geometry, which I'll have to sort out like that. That's just a little bit of smoothing, do you know what I mean? It's nothing mega. Backface mask off for a second. Turn the colour off on the chainmail bit, and there we go, the lovely Lisa. Oh no, hang on. So, jumping ahead of myself, I separated the hand off, but I forgot to pose the fingers. So let me just go back and just get onto that nice and quick. That's all she needs. She's only supposed to be touching the handle, she's not supposed to be gripping it yet. Okay, so let's merge her all down. Let's delete that first head because it's crap. Get the ruler in the screen. See base to make sure she fits. Okay, I'm just going to do merge visible now. Which I've done once already, but okay, so paint off. Background is going to be white. Let's remove the gradient from it. Hide the ruler. So I've got a weird What shape did you settle on your tiles, Kimmer? I know you were struggling with it a little bit before, weren't you? In terms of like you didn't want to be too generic, going with a hex or a square. So, did you settle on? You found one you liked, did you? Pentagons. Interesting. Have you have to mix them with something to make them tile, do you? Is it like a square and fit them around them, or do they tile okay? Right, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Trying to remember something. Okay, cool. Take my render filters, BPR filters, I'll turn filter 2 off. In fact, you know what I'm also going to do? I'm also going to fill. That's better. Well, it's not been done before. If you can pull it off, then you might be on something. So export screen grab there. No, you never know. It might just be that when you come to having dies cut, it might be more expensive, because if you go to companies that have already got like hex dies or they've got square die and things like that, they'll be able to kind of cut it to shape. So if you go for a pentagon, it might just be that then it's not something that they typically use or they typically do, so you might have to have custom tooling done. It's one of them. You won't know until you try and get prices on it, but you've got to have something to price as well. So as long as it works for what you need it for, that's the important thing. As long as you can kind of write it in and make it work and do what you need to do, then that's all you need. So we're sticking with just bog standard squares for ours, because it's based on like the mechanics of the Final Fantasy Tactics games and Ogre Kingdom and Ogre Tactics and things like that as well. So all these different kind of square based or square grid based games, the orientation of your facing is important in our one, so your opponents will get benefits if they attack you in the rear, and obviously you've got to try and like protect your rear. Then when you finish your move, you've got to set your facing and everything else. So I'm not even sure on that at the moment. We've discussed a couple of different things. The chat we had the other day, which we're going to try and see how it works. So we had a combo thing which we used on a previous version of the game that we played, but it was quite complicated, and it meant you had a big pile of cards stashed to the side. So every character on your team, you've got 4 characters on your team, and each one was represented by a suit of cards. So you'd have one as a heart, one as a diamond, one as a spade, and one as a club. So when you used a suit appropriate card for an action for that model, so say this character here, she is I want to say she's a heart. I think she's a heart character. So if you use a heart card for her actions, you can keep the card to one side and add it to your combo stack or your limit stack. And then she's got 2 different limit abilities. One of them triggers at 3 cards, and one triggers at 5 cards. So you use the cards for like movement, you use them for attacking and things like that, and defending. So there's plenty of opportunity to use the cards and save them. So whenever she uses one of those cards, you add that card to your combo stack. And then when she's got enough cards, she can trigger the limit action. The other one we've been discussing lately, which is, we were talking about one of the issues we've had in the game so far is that the characters have had quite a lot of HP, and it's been quite difficult to try and kill the other characters off. And then you've got healing and things that happens as well, which can kind of obviously hinder that even more. So you can end up landing a massive great big combo, and then it gets nerfed and shut down dead. So we were saying that we're going to try for the current version now, the next iteration of the rules. We're going to try a mechanic where we have, like say if a character's got 6 health points, you have to remove all 6 health points within the space of that one turn in order to actually kill the character. Which means that it's more about, if you want to actually take out a character, it's all about debuffing them, buffing yourself, and kind of piling in the damage to try and like take them out. So if you get reduced to 1 HP or less in that turn before you take your action, and you haven't yet died, we're talking about that could potentially also trigger your limit attack or your limit action. So it could happen virtually instantaneously, or it could also be that it's an additional action that you get to use. It's out of sequence when you get brought to that point. But I think that kind of game mechanic will help us to do what we're trying to do. One of the other things we've discussed is trying to play the game as a pitch battle. It works, but it's quite difficult because you're literally just trying to kill each other's 4 characters, and once you've lost one character, you're automatically at a disadvantage. So we're talking like we want the game to be less about killing your opponents and more about achieving your objectives whilst stopping them from achieving theirs, or achieving your objectives before they achieve theirs. So I think that will automatically kind of make the whole thing like play a bit smoother. But it's just a case of balance. Do you know what I mean? That's what we're looking at the moment. It's just balancing it all out. Right, let me just save that. So Lisa is done. Hooray! I'm pleased with that actually. Why have I put Lisa in capital send these pictures over to Max. So he can see it for himself. So Lisa's done. Let's move on to Mr. Powder. Right then, so this is where we got to him before. Hey Zach, how you doing, chap? Hope you're keeping well, sir. Right, let me change the image here. Right, Mr. Powder, this is what we're doing this time. Let me just get the image up on my screen so I've got the thing to work with. I feel like this guy's a little bit Burt Reynoldsy in his kind of design, to be honest. Right then, let's have a... Right, he's totally different. So there was me thinking I could use the revised sculpt for it, but I can't. Never mind. So well, it's got to happen sooner or later, Pointy. What can I keep off this sculpt, or is it all sacrificial? I think I'll keep the pouch. I'll keep the big pouch. I'll keep the... Nope. Knackers. Okay, so it's not going to work like that. Let's do remodeling on this. So starting from scratch. the rest of the boot now. Let's smooth these out a touch. I actually thought the design for this guy was very close to the original design, but I was totally wrong. If that doesn't make any sense to anyone, by the way, we changed art styles on the development process. So we picked one art style and went with it, and then for whatever reason, through a series of discussions, we ended up deciding we were going to use a different art style. Had the artwork for the characters redrawn, and I thought they were all quite similar. But looking at the nitty gritties of it, it appears they're not. Morning Dennis, how are you doing? But I want to try and get these figures done fairly quickly, because we want to be taking the, well, I say taking it to Kickstarter. We want to be putting the Kickstarter page in a preview state in the next few weeks. So the quicker I've got these guys done, the less there is lingering around on my to-do list. Because I've got plenty to do with this game already. Oops. Very good, thank you, Dennis. How are you today? So I'm just trying to get a little bit of work done. So the Warlock Kickstarter finished. Hey Rick, how are you doing, matey? Rick? When do I call you Rick? You're all rich. Yeah, so the Warlock is finished now. Good stuff, good stuff. You working on anything nice? So yeah, so with the Warlock finished on Kickstarter, I've got my Kickstarter slot free again now. So we're going to be getting the Crystal Collapse lot up and running and in there. Ah, chilling. Fair enough. What's going on there? Oh, oh it is. That weird little... where the bloody hell did that come from? Let's try again. Yes, very good. Thanks, Rich. We've had a productive weekend, bank holiday, despite the fact I didn't know it was a bank holiday until the morning, well I say the morning, day before really, isn't it? But ah, Rosie, you cack-handed bugger. How's your green stuffing skills? You fix them back in? Down there to that. Group and Dynamesh and job's good. Oh mate, what you like? Give you a tip with green stuff, keep it in the freezer. It goes all shitty and like rigid and stuff if you leave it out in the air. So the bit where the green strip touches the blue strip, it starts to cure, and the longer it's out, the kind of like the worse it is to work with. So if you buy old green stuff, you can always tell based on that that center strip how cured it is. So you really want like the freshest stuff you can get your hands on, but when you get it, lob it in the freezer, and then it basically keeps it nice and fresh, and then you just go in the freezer and just snap off a little bit whenever you need it. Snap off a little strip, and then you can keep the rest of it in the freezer and it stays as good as new. I haven't bought green stuff in years now. I've still got a bit in the freezer though. I used to buy tons of the stuff I did. Can't remember where I used to buy it from even now. I used to get some of it from Heresy Miniatures at one point. Their sculpting tools were quite good as well. I don't even know if he still sells the stuff. Sealmaster was another one I used to use. They used to make the different putties and stuff. But they were always the stuff they sell. I mean, it was used for modelling, but it was like restoration stuff. They actually do this like mirror paint and like gold and silvers and stuff like that. But they're used for restoring like things. So like you know when you got like the old National Trust houses and English heritage places, and they have to gild something. They touch up the gilding using this like gold paint basically. Oh you turd. Right, mirror and weld. So when they do the touch-ups, they're done using this special paint. It actually looks like proper gold. And they do one which it used to be called Ultimate Mirror. But it was basically like chrome. It was like a chrome paint. And that was great stuff, that was. The only problem was it was like an alcohol based one, and it didn't kind of it didn't actually dry. You were supposed to paint it on the back of glass. So you know when you get like mirrors that are just mangled. It was for that. So you can, you know, when they got all the dirty spots on them because the mirroring, the silvering on the back of it has kind of gone away. It was that, but it was a really high shine, like silver paint. But I've just got to check now and see if it's actually, if they still do it. So here's Sealmaster. Epoxies. I've changed it. Their A plus B is pretty good. It's like a it's like milliput, but it's you buy it in like bigger quantities. It's quite good stuff actually. I like that. It's a bit finer grain than milliput as well. But they used to do a lot more than this. It was all casting stuff. Ah, here we go. Seal Create, they've changed the site, that's why. Here we go. Glazing and restorations over here. Micro abrasives, ultimate paints. These are the buggers. Oh, they've only got English gold and European gold now. But yeah, if you want information on the Ultimate Silver or Ultimate Mirror Paint, please contact them by email. So they make it to order, I think, in their factory, and unfortunately that means you can't get it as a miniature paint anymore. But yeah, they do like your silicons and you say they used to do all the green stuff and everything, man. Looks like they've toned down or pared down their offering over the years now, by the look of things. Garden's killed me, mate. That's what's happened. So we've got the bit down the side of my office, which has just been it's like a planting bed that's just, you know, like a planted border kind of thing, but it's just grown with weeds. And Hayley's gone out and decided she wants she bought these climbers. So a couple of clematises and some other bits and bobs, and she wants to put them somewhere. So I said, well, how about we put them down along the side of the fence here? And she's like, oh, but don't you need to put don't you need to raise the planter up there for it to go in, because of the path we're putting in? Because there's a whole patio area going behind the office, and yeah, it's killed me, man. I've had to dig out the footpath for the slabs to go down. Level that all out. So I've had to transfer all the soil into the new planting bed. We've got like staked in log kind of border things that I've had to like hammer them in, but I've had to level them all through and make sure they're all straight and everything else. That's been a bugger of a job. And my shoulders and back are screaming at me at the moment because of that. So yeah, it's been a fun weekend, but I will say I do feel a sense of accomplishment about it. So we also put a planting bed underneath our apple tree, which kind of, it's one of those areas where we used to just have like a gravel border, and then we had the apple tree, and there was just a muddy patch under the apple tree, and all the gravel just kind of like feathers into the mud, and it just looks a bit crap. So yeah, do you know what? Ailey normally trims that clematis down to a stump, and last year completely forgot to do it, and this year there's so many flowers on it, it's crazy. It's just gone absolutely wild, but it looks amazing. So I think not trimming it last year did it good. But yeah, the new one, we got 2 of them, but then she's gone out and bought 2 bloody climbing roses as well, so we're putting a rose arch over the path that goes up the side of the office now as well, with these 2 white climbing roses on it and stuff, and she's like gung-ho with it, man. Yeah, she's the green-fingered one. She's the one who does all the planting and everything else. She just tells me where she wants things making and digging and stuff, and I just have to get on with that. So yeah, that's it. Yeah, Yeah, she does. She loves a bit of gardening, does Hayley, but she's less effective when it comes to like the physical side of things, like digging holes and things. It's always me that cops for that. Can't do my planting until you've dug all that out, built this and done that. Da, 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 da. It's like, right, so that's my weekend sorted then. So I'm just gonna fill that bit there. Dude, we just have trouble getting stuff growing at all. So it's like, you know, if it grows at all, we'll be glad of it. But we bought more vegetables as well for the vegetable patch. We got some more herbs to go in. We've got got like a yellow courgette as well. We got a couple of extra tomato varieties. I don't think what else we put in there. No, I don't think it is actually. I'm not sure what the problem is. I think it's a lot of the stuff. We've been here for 7 years, and Hayley's kind of like taken an interest in the gardening pretty much the whole time. But I think some of the things that she's planted have not been in the best positions. So I think it's a case of finding. Because we've got like the one side of the garden that gets the most sunlight is where we've got our vegetable garden, but she wants to plant stuff on the other side, and the other side's mostly shaded. It's not ideal for growing stuff. Do you get me? Let's damage that. Do a little bit down there. Rosie, it's fences, mate. Fences in my office. That's what's blocking the sun, dude. I can't physically knock them down, unfortunately. It's just the angle our garden is. It's we're can't remember the direction we're facing. I think we're like east facing or. No, it's a west-facing garden. So the north-facing side of the garden. Oh, I don't know. It's looking lovely at the moment, anyway. It's not terrible, you know what I mean? But Your neighbour's house. Check it out. I actually love the design for this character. It's one of my favourite ones, I think. Okay, well, if you want to share anything, you can post it off in our Discord channel, you know. Cheers, Bunker. Appreciate you, mate. What I'd do without you, mate. Oh, if you want to just send it to me on a DM or something like that. I don't have to share it, but if you want to just show me what you're working on. Everybody here knows your thing. If I suddenly release a game that uses pentagon tiles and stuff, they'll all know of sculpture. I won't though. So we've got too many of our own ones going on at the moment, so it's not going to be what do you call it? There's no market for us for another gaming system. I'm tweaking it, I don't even need the bloody thing. Oh, do you know we found as well, I bought a, you know those little snake cameras that you, what they call like an endoscope type jobby. I bought one of them that plugs into the phone the other day. And I'll be honest, the whole phone plug-in thing is nonsense, it doesn't work. But what did work was when I plugged it into a tablet. So plugged it into my Nippers Kindle, downloaded the app for it. We got a little birdhouse out in the garden. So we went out the back and we used the camera probe to investigate the birdhouse and see. And there's a little pair of blue tits living in there, which we didn't know about. You can see all like the nest and everything in there and stuff, and it was lovely. Well, you know, it's getting on to summer, isn't it? Your raptors, what, you keep pigeons? Chickens? Gotta be done, bunker. Gotta make sure they're there. Yeah, I don't know why I said pigeons. Yeah, so say once this figure's done, this will be the fourth or fifth figure for this range. I can't think. Yeah, this will be the fourth complete figure for this range when it's done. So we're looking to get 8 ready for the Kickstarter launch. So we're halfway there. So we'll be working on these quite intensely over the next few weeks and whatever. We'll be looking to have the Kickstarter placeholder page set up fairly quickly, I suppose. And obviously we won't be launching it immediately, but once the placeholder page is there, we can start, like, you know, advertising it, showing it off. And then whenever we do content on it, we can kind of point people there and say, you know, go here, the project will launch soon, go and follow it, etc, etc, etc. Have you ever seen that video of or the whole thing with Benedict Cumberbatch, like not being able to say penguin? That's funny, man. He did a, I think it was Graham Norton. Graham Norton hit him with it. He basically goes on there and they asked for questions for him, and basically like half the questions they got was please ask him to say penguin. And there's a documentary, he did a wildlife documentary, where he first calls them penglings, then penguins, then I can't remember what else. Basically he uses the word penguin something like 5 times in a short space of time, and every single time it's wrong and different. And he says he's got a fear of the word now. They hired him because he was eloquent, and they thought he'd be a good alternative to David Attenborough for a thing, and then he just bodged it basically. So yeah, penglings I think was my favourite one. Yeah, check it out on YouTube, it's a funny one. But I love how the production company like let it go. They didn't question the fact that he said penguin and pengling, and it was bloody obvious. You know what I mean? It wasn't like it was a subtle mistake. It was glaring that he'd done it to everybody apart from himself. And like I said, a production company just let it slide, which was just funny in itself. Yeah. funny, weren't it? I mean, we always like my niece Holly. Like she's always called flamingos, and we just rip her for it. Do you know what I mean? We all just take the mickey out of her for that. Library. So, you know when people say crips instead of crisps, like the P and the S are the wrong way around, or Pacific instead of specific. Turlets. The other one I never understand as well is how do people get the word axe instead of ask? Ask me a question. What, the northern twang you mean, Rosie, that's been watching that the 1% Club with Lee Mack, and some of the things he says, they've got that real northern twang. You have to kind of like double take a little bit to try and like figure out what he's saying sometimes. But he knows that, and he takes the mick and rips it himself. He was just a little bit late to the party, wasn't he? Didn't want to be left out once the elf stepped in. He's had that rivalry with Legolas the entire duration of the film, hasn't he? Still need to watch that with Jacob. Actually, we've still got to get him to sit and watch D&D. We've still got to get him to watch Lord of the Rings. Save. Guys, I'm just going to mute you a sec while I just. In fact, I'll put you on a BRB because I need to stand up and stretch my legs. Let me just put you on a BRB. I'm just going to make a coffee, okay? I'll only be off for a minute or two. Where is my BRB screen? There we go. Right, guys, I'm not going away anywhere. I'll be literally back on screen in a minute, okay? Shan't be long. Alright guys, back. Sorry Bunker, sorry Rosie. Not a break. I just had to clean my coffee machine out. I've left the stagnant water in there all over the weekend, you see, so it's like 3 days I ain't been in the office that it's been kind of standing water, isn't it? So let's get my pod in and then we'll get going. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll mute a second. What's wrong with it, mate? What's wrong with the machine? See if it's the same as what mine was. Mine stopped working for ages, got really pissed off about it, and I basically thought it was just broken. Turns out you've got to descale them, and if you don't, the temperature doesn't get hot enough, and in some cases they just won't even turn on. It might be the same thing, mate. You might just need to run a descaling program. My coffee machine, I've been drinking for a few months now. I haven't bothered descaling it, even though my descaling indicator light's been flashing. It's been like going orange, and you have to run if it's the Dolce Gusto one, you press the power button, hold it for like 5 or 10 seconds, whatever it is, and it starts flashing. And then you have to do like a rinse through, pull through half a vat with a dose of descaler in there, let it just sit for quite a while. But yeah, it's but yeah, it is one of those things that is. I mean, I thought I had a technical fault with the machine. I was ready to send it back and get a new one, but it turns out it was just that. So. Hopefully yours will be just the same. It's like a 10-minute fix, just doing the descaling cycle on it. But now I get steaming hot coffee that burns my mouth because I'm not used to it. I'm not used to drinking my coffee so hot out of that machine. That takes the skin off the inside of your mouth. You have to leave it for like 10 minutes to cool down. 294, sorry. Accept. Descale you downstairs? That sounds a little bit painful, that does, mate. I've just sent Max pictures of the Lisa model. He approves, I think. Mr. Rooms on Twitch, thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. Rosie, enjoy the rest of your afternoon, sir. You have a good one, matey. Let's delete the internals. Close them up so they're solid. Right, the actual texture here, I think, is fine. I don't need to do anything with that. Let's just change the edges. You a tea belly, are you, Bunker? Tell you, we get through some tea in our house. Hayley, particularly, Hayley loves a cup of tea. Oops. Let's shape the top first. So they are getting hidden. That is getting hidden. Oh. Coffee fiend. Man after my own heart. I took Jacob swimming yesterday because even though it was a bank holiday, swimming lessons were still on, which surprised me if I'm honest. And the swim academy we take him to, they've got this little cafe in the like the viewing area where you're sitting while you're waiting for him to finish, which is quite nice. You know, you can sit and have a coffee and whatever. Someone in there ordered a coffee, sat down, and I realised it was like sitting in a bloody sauna with a hot cup of coffee. It's like ridiculous. It must have been about 35 degrees in the pool area. Yeah, coffee doesn't actually. I don't drink coffee to keep me awake. It doesn't actually work like that for me. Like quite a lot of stuff doesn't affect me, weirdly. One of the most concerning ones for me is anaesthetic. It's like you have anytime I get given like a numbing jab, like having a tooth taken out, something like that. It's like 12 needles to actually get it to be effective and whatever it is, and it's wearing off by the time the treatment's kind of, you know, still going. So I had a tooth pulled a while back that kind of broke during lockdown and then progressively chipped during lockdown, and then couldn't get a dentist appointment anywhere because they weren't seeing anybody, and then ultimately the tooth ends up breaking even more and having to be pulled. So had that done, they numbed me up, and like literally, I think it had broken off, and it was just the root in there at the time I had to have it extracted. It was getting infected and stuff, and it was horrible. And they took the tooth out, but it wasn't an easy extraction, and basically by the time they'd actually got the whole thing out, I was feeling everything, and they'd put like 12 needles in to get it numb in the first place. It wears off like super fast. Dread having any kind of like proper surgeries or anything like that. Yeah, I have the same issue with coffee. Like, you know, I can drink 3 or 4 cups before I go to bed, and I just not often go to sleep like I would normally. Job's a good one. Pretty much good to go. Just needs a little minor cleaner. Just here. Save, because that was a ropey one. That was very much almost a dropout. Coffee's hot, but still just on the verge of drinkable, I think. All I'm trying to do here is just straighten up this edge, just to make sure it's got a good bit of smoothness to it. Be careful doing this because it's when you're sculpting fine lines so close to the edge has a tendency to like affect the lines, pull them in. So you have to do it in like short, light strokes. If you go too heavy with it, the influence overextends over the edge of the mesh. You end up like that happening, like pinches it instead. There we go. Delete and close. Let's get to polishing the outsides. Turns out I don't need to. Already polished. And now I need to get that foot. I'm just going to do a last little bit of trim on it, which is let's do the usual. Delete all the internals. Delete hidden close holes. Dynamesh. Let's get the masking stuff done. Oops. Do you know what? I only actually did it the other day, mate. I forgot to tell you I'd done it. Yeah, I upgraded you to Guild Warden because I thought you're on here all the time for me. I might as well extend your mod rights to the Discord as well. I hope you don't mind about that. Yeah, if anybody wants to be on the playtesting list as well, I've got a playtester role on the Discord, which will give you access to the playtesting channel. So if anybody wants in on that, just let me know, okay? Let's run the inflate down a bit on there. You are, Bunker. Super special. Come on, I've just hidden them. Why are you back? Okay, so these feet have got these legs have got feet. Makes sense. Jump off there. Let's run the grouped. Oh, that's not right. That's way too low. Yeah, this guy actually, do you know what he reminds me of a little bit? Revolver Ocelot from the Metal Gear Solid games. That's who he reminds me of. Why has he got a belt all the way up there? So let's just widen his waist out a bit. I don't want it to be super. Right then, so let's do his vest. Crunching here. Good morning, Ned Harler. How are you today? Had a lovely weekend? You on for a stream today, or you just stopping by? some sauce. Hey, you're under gardening as well. You're doing exactly what I've just done. Spent my weekend doing garden beds as well. Killed me though. My shoulders and my back are killing me because of the all the digging. I've had to dig out the foundations for a footpath that runs up the side of my office to go into my patio at the back, which doesn't exist yet because I'm still going to make that. Transplant the soil from there, or skim off all the grass, transplant all the soil into a new planting bed, and hammering in all the retaining stumps and fences and things like that. And then setting up a second planting bed underneath the apple tree to create a bit of definition in an area that previously had none, and wound the wife up. So but I was dead at the time. I love a bit of Eddie Izzard. Is is it the Roman Catholic Inquisition? Death or cake? Hilarious. You, death or cake? I'll have the cake, please. It can't, because we've run out. There's not any cake left. We weren't expecting so many people to choose cake. So my choices are or death. Got a nice quiche. You're really living it here. It's been ages since I got his Dress to Kill show as a audiobook as well. Yeah, he is. He's one of the best, isn't he? I feel like he's lost his edge a little bit since he's tried to be taken a bit more seriously, doing all his like acting and stuff like that. He is. Yeah, I'll quite happily watch anything with Eddie Izzard in. And Billy Connolly as well. Do you know, I've never watched Dylan Moran. Bill Bailey's good. Bill Bailey's brilliant. Isn't Dylan Moran mostly just pissed when he's doing his thing? Mickey Flanagan's ace. And then we went to watch Peter Kay recently doing his current stand-up. You know, the one that's like running for the next like 7 years or something stupid. That was good. But I feel like I don't know. I felt like I'd seen a lot of the material he did. I feel like I've seen it before from him. A lot of repetition of old jokes and stuff. I prefer his last tour actually. The last one I thought was funnier. This one was good, but I think if I had to wait 3 years to see it, I'd be a bit pissed off. Damn, my arm's cramping. I don't think I actually said I ordered a load of Streamlabs swag last week. So when I did my last stream, I was trying to have a little tinker and see if there's anything I could still set up. And when I went on to Streamlabs, apparently I've got like some platinum status or something like that there, because of how long I've been subscribed to it. I get like a free backpack, hoodie, t-shirt, etc. So I thought, right, let's put my order in for all the freebies. They all turned up the other day, so I've got my Streamlabs hoodie on now. I have to say, good quality hoodie. T-shirt less so. In fact, the t-shirt's pretty thin and crappy, to be fair. And the backpack's alright, it just hasn't got any pockets or compartments inside, it's just like a big zip bag. It's got a lazy mouse radius up a bit. Right then, so collar. Yeah, if any of you guys who do streaming use Streamlabs, have a little look and see if you're entitled to any of their freebie stuff, because they send it out. There's no shipping to pay or anything like that. It's literally just completely free to you, as long as you qualify for it. But you have to request it, so just have a little check. Let's put that at the back where we can't see it. Sculpt this like I don't even know what we're calling it now. It's like a bandana around his neck kind of thing, or not even sure what. It's just like a loosely gathered bit of fabric around his neck. Kind of looks like a scarf or something like that wrapped in. Just trim the top of the neck off him. Wise gloves on one hand. Okay, let's make the rifle first. Let's do his rifle. Where to start? Nope. There we go. Component library, weapons, missile, got an elephant rifle. To use the starting point. Kingsguard rifle, maybe. Try the elephant rifle first, and then if that doesn't work so well, I'll try the Kingsguard rifle as a start. Work quite nicely, actually. Oh, it's good, mate. Thank you, though. Hayley's on what do you call it? School days today, so she's already at the school to pick the kids up. But thank you, sir. looks like I've stretched that out and I've lost some geometry in it. Let's just do a dynametric for the whole thing with groups on. 1,000 might have been a bit overkill to start with. Starting on 2.4 million or 2.04 million polys, vertices. Let's see where we end up with this one. As a general rule of thumb, you should always start low if you don't know the dynametric resolution. Yeah, that's like 14.5 million polys, which is well excessive. So 440 puts me back in the same ballpark, but with just better meshes, which is good. I'm happy with that. Okay, so to do, I need to make this rifle look magical. In fact, you know what? Let me just try Kingsguard rifle, because I think I'm looking at a double barreled weapon here, and this is. Got a feeling my Kingsguard rifle is already double barreled. Oh, you fuck. So there is the vest. Okay, so it's more recent one is what I need. Ah, damn you, ZBrush. Okay, so Kingsguard rifle is probably, yeah, it's a better one, but let's delete that. Okay, let's just stop trying to cheat it. Let's just use it. Do you know what, that'll work. Let's take all these cogs out. Let's take that piece off. Kimo, you can put it in the Discord channel. We've got game development. Oh no, you can't see game development. You can either send it to me directly if you really want to show me, or if you want to just pop it into miniature design discussions maybe, or just general if you want. Just pop it in the general chat. Or we can put you in game development as a... Ah, right, so they're not regular pentagons. That makes a lot of sense then. Oh yeah, I like that. That's very clever, mate. I won't show it on screen. Yeah, that's really, really smart. That is. How are you planning on sorting out directions? So, like movement, do you just have to move off one edge and then onto the next edge, kind of thing? So, is it just any edge of your choice to leave the pentagon? What do you call it, a pent? What do you call it, a hex? Yeah, it's very cool. The irregularity of it's not like something you normally see, obviously. So, like the irregular shape really kind of catches your eye. You've done very good there, Kim. Close holes. So you should be. I say to break the mold and try something different and come up with something like that. You should be pleased with yourself. Right. So I'm kind of thinking this wants to be a little bit like, you know, like a plasma gun with a chamber. So are you gonna overlay your pentagon grid onto like a what's it called, like a terrain board kind of thing, or are you just gonna use like abstract patterning behind it, or what's you thinking? Random tile laying. Oh, okay, wicked. Oops. Okay, there we go. Dum. Still don't know what to do with the gun. Smooth that edge out. Roughly. And then I think, looking at his gun on the drawing, we're going to go for some symmetry here. This is really tricky. Any suggestions to make this look a little bit more fantasy? It's starting to steer towards sci-fi, I feel now. I've just literally just undone what I was trying to achieve then. trying to create like a faceted crystal. So it's going to be a crystal powered rifle. So there's no black powder or anything here. The rifle this guy's carrying is purely a magical device. So the bullets that he shoots are basically the equivalent of like magic spells. Okay, so there's that. Now this piece.
tower. Every 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
I think I might leave there. Thank you, Kimmer. I'm not entirely happy with it, if I'm honest, but I don't know what's wrong with it either. So I've just got to kind of take it, unfortunately. Ah, you turd. Trim up some of that that's gone a bit wrong down there. Thickness, let's go for 684 this time. More smoothness. Just do the usual clean up on the edges. Oops, let's make sure that's turned off first. Do you know what? I'm going to Dynamesh it and just see if I can just clean it up with a quick Dynamesh. Yeah, it's virtually done it. Just got to straighten up some of the edges and that's it. I'm going to worry about all the little ridges because they're all gone. Just make sure the lines of the edge are fairly straight. Here's Wonka. I'm not wildly enthusiastic about it myself, but off, go on. Save it as Powder's rifle. Save the game. Game? The file. Export that as well. Now to find Mr. Powder again. Where are you at? I think I'm going to have to call it there. You have to go and knock it on the head. Get a bit more done later on. So good progress for the day though. I've got his lower body done, his vest done, his guns done. So head, gloves and mantle and kind of like roby bits, and then we're on to just posing and stuff then. So shouldn't be too much too much more. I'd have probably finished the rest of the model if I'd have only focused on outfit instead of the weapon. That gun has mentally drained me. It's not my usual bag of tricks, you see, so it's one of those things where I haven't got that kind of repository of stuff to kind of draw down on out of my brain. So I may end up tweaking the gun yet, but I'll leave it for now. It's good enough for the moment. Right then, guys. Thank you, Kimmo. I was gonna say, I'm happy it's close enough to the artwork whilst maintaining the kind of the magic powered aesthetic we're looking for. So I'm gonna get that finished off. I might do a little bit later. I may do some on stream tomorrow. We'll see. Right then. Just gonna have a little look on Mix It Up. Who is on today? I don't know what they're doing today, but it's usually quite good stuff. So we're going to go and drop you on Winter's Tales, I think. Let's go and dump you in. Say hi to AJ for me. I'm not going to hang around too long. I will stop and say hello for a bit, but let's go. Thank you all for joining me today, and I'll be back again tomorrow with some more. I will be later starting tomorrow because I've got a meeting first thing, but I will be here. Okay guys, I'll catch up with you all later. Thanks again, and see you soon. Adios. Say to go. Later, Tater. Right guys, 2 seconds, 1 second, let's go. See you later, people.